Okay. Let's start our hearing. Let's start first with the pledge and Representative Qualley, want to start the pledge?
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we got a number of bills, so let's try to keep on time today. The first one, HB 255, and I recognize Representative Connie Lane to introduce it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Connie Lane. I represent Concord Ward 2, and I'm here to introduce the bill on behalf of Representative McGee. This bill is a campaign finance bill that seeks transparency for contributions made by limited liability companies, also called LLCs. It is designed to close the so-called LLC loophole, which is used by both parties. Here's how the loophole works. I have an X dollar amount, let's say $10,000 limit, that I can give to any candidate. I can then set up an LLC with just myself or my friends, and I can give another $10,000. Then I can set up a third, fourth, fifth, no limit. And I can give as much money as I want to any candidate or political committee. That's not the case with individuals or corporations. So this bill is just designed to cut out that loophole, and so that if an LLC decides to give money to a candidate or a political committee, then it has to disclose in its campaign finance disclosures to the candidate the names, the persons who are in that LLC, and that money gets designated, excuse me, to their threshold, their limit. So that way they don't get to do, that way they stick to their $10,000 limit and they don't get to give $100,000. So that's pretty much what the bill aims to do. It is, right now, the law currently prevents partnerships from giving donations. Most LLCs are partnerships. They limit the liability, hence the name, limited liability. They limit the liability of the members, and they were created as a way to protect partners. Most people, it's called a pass-through entity. It's so that when you have a corporation, the corporation pays taxes and then you pay taxes. With an LLC, only you pay the tax. The LLC doesn't pay the tax, it passes through. So it's a great benefit for small companies. It's also preferred over corporations for that reason, just to protect or limit taxes. Courts have withheld limits on amounts contributed to persons, so you can limit the amount of the contribution. You just can't say they can't give. And that's it. I was here to introduce the bill. I can try and answer some questions, but I'm sure there's people behind me that would do a better job.
Okay, so anybody have any questions? Okay, thank you. So next we have Liz Tantarelli.
Thank you, and I do have testimony.
Thank you, Chair Bohm and committee, for allowing me to testify this morning. My name is Liz Tantarelli. I'm president of the League of Women Voters of New Hampshire, a nonpartisan organization dedicated to empowering voters and defending democracy. Campaign finance reform has long been a part of the League's work. We're a 103-year-old organization. And we support ways in which we can continue to have vigorous elections, but not with undue influence by any party. I have been testifying for bills to close the LLC loophole for at least the last 5 years. My testimony cites, let me get the right page. My testimony cites bills in 2021 and 2019. And they've had support of both the House and Senate, and it was the governor who stymied it. If I knew better how to navigate the campaign finance website, I would like to find out how many of the governor's campaign donations came from LLCs and how many of those LLCs owners of the LLCs were also donors in other ways. So what I did find in a November 15th, 2020 article in the Concord Monitor gives you a little information on LLCs. At that time, and I couldn't find an update, sorry. At that time, there were about 65,000 LLCs in good standing, and they are the vast majority of New Hampshire businesses except for these sole proprietorship businesses. And at least 75% of them had a single owner. I do know from talking with some people that people in business often have multiple LLCs. So not only could an individual make a donation in his or her own name, but also in the name of multiple LLCs. So the intent of this bill is to recognize that fact and say that Jane Smith, just because she's got several LLCs, cannot exceed the campaign donations to a particular candidate by making them from 1, 2, 3 LLCs plus herself. And that to me seems very, very logical, and I urge you to support this. I'll take questions if there are any, but I'm not an expert on LLCs.
So do we have any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Bob Avery. Oh, Perry. Oh, that's a P. I'm sorry. It looked like an A.
Sounded good. Bob Perry, Town of Stratford. Good morning, everyone. I speak in support of HB 255. Multiple legislative attempts have been made in recent years to close what is known as the LLC loophole. Why is it a loophole? Because it allows one person to make maximum campaign contributions through each one of his or her limited liability companies. And why do we want to close that loophole? Because it empowers one person who would otherwise be my equal to make multiple contributions using ownership of one or more LLCs to overwhelm the political influence my contribution would have, simply because the choice was made to establish the businesses as an LLC, which has its own benefits, as you just heard, but perhaps with a specific intent in mind to take advantage of the loophole. The focus of this bill is reduced to single-member LLCs, but the concept is the same, and it requires that political contributions made by a limited liability company be allocated to members for purposes of determining whether a member has exceeded the contribution limits. There is no bar to making contributions, only that those contributions not exceed established limits in the aggregate. No tracking of those contributions is required by the state. Under this bill, tracking is done by the LLC itself in providing the recipient with the names and addresses of all members for the purpose of reporting. Reporting under current law only requires the name of the LLC be disclosed, not the names of the people behind the LLC making the contribution. I spoke with a fundraiser a year and a half ago who said raising money for a candidate starts by calling owners of LLCs because a single call can generate multiple contributions. There is no efficiency in first calling on small donors, those people who might even be constituents. The default position is to approach those who have financial advantage over the rest. The Brennan Center for Justice confirms that over the decades, quote, the U.S. Supreme Court as well as lower courts have repeatedly and consistently upheld state and federal laws requiring disclosures of who is spending money in politics, end quote. And I will add that the U.S. Supreme Court came to the same conclusion in Citizens United v. FEC in 2010, emphasizing their conclusion by saying transparency is key to the maintenance of democracy. New Hampshire came close to requiring apportionment in 2019 when, on a bipartisan basis, the New Hampshire legislature passed HB 156, only to suffer the governor's veto. New Hampshire has another opportunity to pass campaign finance reform, and it begins anew with HB 255. I urge you to pass, or in the alternative, please retain this bill for further consideration or refinement. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Going nicely. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I now call Olivia Zink.
Good morning, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Olivia Zink, Executive Director of Open Democracy Action, and I live in the city of Franklin, and I'm here in support of Senate Bill 255. I really hope you will fix the LLC loophole. We need to reduce the influence of money in politics so that average voters have a voice. This bill provides transparency and accountability. This bill has been before the committee, but in a slightly different way. This is more focused on single-member LLCs. This is an important to close the loophole. When I first started researching the LLC loopholes, the individual limit was $7,000. Now, due to House Bill 263, $15,000 can be given by LLCs. So I'm going to cite some examples under the old law of $7,000 because I have more research there. In 2010, gubernatorial candidate John Stevens received over $100,000 from 30 LLCs with 2 addresses, one in Massachusetts and one in Connecticut. So $100,000 of out-of-state money that were traced to the Dunkin' Donut franchises. There is a great law review about the Dunkin' Donut example that I'm happy to share. Also, on August 18th, 2010, the day my daughter turned a year old, 13 LLCs gave contributions to Kevin Smith. Nearly half of Kevin Smith's $324,000 contributions came from LLCs at a same address in Westboro, Massachusetts. $99,000 came from 55 LLCs, again, Dunkin' Donuts franchises, with a Massachusetts address. There was also $55,000 of donation from 11 LLCs in Newington and Yonkers that are connected to Planet Fitness headquarters. In 2012, Kevin Landrigan wrote a story about the LLC loophole in the Nashua Telegraph, and he cites contributions from decking companies. Decking, 1863-09 LLC, and Decking Atlantic, 1720 LLC, all coming from the 82 Flanders Road in Westboro, Massachusetts. So it seems like that address has funneled a lot of money into New Hampshire politics over the course of the last decade. I do want to say that this bill, the LLC loophole, I did cite two gubernatorial candidates that were Republican. I'm going to say that Dan Feltus used this LLC loophole, and his treasurer, Ben Kelly, used 3 different companies to funnel multiple money into Dan Feltus's campaign. So both parties use this LLC loophole to circumvent campaign finance limits. I know you have research from your committee assistant. I have a couple additional bill numbers and years that this bill has introduced in my testimony that could be added to that research. Voters know that donations are taken to buy influence. It's pure and simple. And we need to know who's spending money and instead of which donors are hiding behind LLCs. This committee has an opportunity to ensure that there's more transparency and to give voters more trust in the process. So I please urge ought to pass and fix the LLC loophole before the next election. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Representative Kennedy.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if you're the right person to address the text here, but my question has to do with the allocation of the contributions. And there's a sentence here that starts on line 12, no, starts on line, well, actually it starts on 9, but it continues on and it says, a contribution made by a domestic or foreign limited liability company shall be attributed to its members as if the contributions were made by the members. So I'm assuming there's an assumption there that it's distributed equally, I guess. I don't know if you want to put, if someone wants to put that in there. Because later on, this is a little bit complicated. It says, if a member of a limited liability company is itself a limited liability company, the portion of the contribution allocated to that member, which I guess is the LLC that's in the other LLC, shall be allocated among its members on the basis of their percentage membership interests. So there's nothing like that about an LLC that's not within another LLC. So I don't know if that could be made more clear.
I think it could be made more clear. Thank you for your question. We've looked at this in other states to try to look at what other states have for laws. So this is very similar to language in other states, but I think a good resource is the Campaign Legal Center that has all the different languages in all the different states. But I think this bill did narrow the scope to the single member LLC. And so it's really trying to get after, I'll just use my mom, for example. My mom has an accounting company. So if she makes a campaign contribution to me, if I'm running for office, she can make a personal contribution of $15,000 and her business can make a $15,000 contribution. And this bill is basically saying, no, Olivia's mom can't give her $30,000. She can only give her $15,000 because my mom is a sole proprietor in her accounting business. But there are some LLCs, the Dunkin' Donuts franchises are some of them. Some of them are owned by different people and some of them are owned by the same people. So it's really trying to get, and some LLCs are actually owned by another LLC. So the language you pointed to was trying to get back to the person who's the member. And so I understand that it's a little confusing, but really what it's trying to do is say, if you take money from this entity, you just have to find out who you're taking money from so that they can't use this limit. I mean, basically what people are doing is funneling large sums of money using multiple vehicles. And they can still do that by creating a PAC. Doesn't hurt, any Dunkin' Donuts franchise could create a PAC and still funnel lots of money into elections. This doesn't prevent them, but it doesn't allow business owners to do this through their LLCs.
I'll be brief. Yeah, it's very clear in terms of a single member LLC. And, I understand the idea of an LLC in an LLC, but in that case, there's some wording about percentages. And that's not the case, above where they're just talking about an LLC. So even though it's focused on single members, it does discuss LLCs in general. So
We could look at the language in last year's bill, which was Senate Bill 48, which had the percentages in there. So if we wanted to pull the language from last year, we tried to narrow this to the single member LLCs because we knew that trying to get everybody was hard. So we were trying to, scale it back a little bit. But if you want that language of the percentages, that language is in a previous draft of this.
Representative Lang.
Do you know what other states have this and have they, oh, that's the second question, sorry.
So I have some research back at my office on which other states have LLC loopholes. There are some states that have complete and total corporate banned. So in the states that have 100% corporate banned, there's no LLC loophole legislation. But there is, I can email you which other states have similar legislation who've closed the LLC loopholes in their states.
Oh, could you also send us, if it's there, have they been tested in court? Because as I recall, there was some concern in years past that this would not be constitutional. And my understanding is it has passed, but if you can get us those.
Yeah, I know
I'd
that
appreciate it.
they've been challenged, and at least one other state has challenged a law like this, and it has stood up that the transparency and disclosure is an important measure. So there has been laws in other states, and they have been challenged by the courts and withheld those challenges. And I'm happy to try to pull that, or I can go back to the Campaign Legal Center and get them to pull those court dockets for you.
Thank you. Any further questions? With that, thank you. And Representative Wood, could you get the blue sheet for us, please? And anybody else want to speak? I think we've heard everybody here.
And I'm wondering if you could look up online how many people have signed in on support electronically.
Yeah, that's. You. And it's blank. Okay, and we'll check. So with that, and we'll close the hearing on 255, and we got 6 minutes before our next hearing on 402.
Mr. Chair? Online, there are 75 people who have signed in support, 2 who have signed in opposition.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. Let's continue on with House Bill 402, and I recognize this prime sponsor, Representative Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Dan Hines, representing the town of Bedford. And this bill, I believe, is an election integrity bill. So the main thing this bill is it would essentially put specific penalties on essentially defamation against political candidates. And this bill is limited in the sense that it doesn't apply to reporters, media, or just the average person. It specifically is applying to candidates, political committees, or political parties. And the reason for that is I think those people have more of a essential duty not to lie against candidates. So this essentially is a defamation bill because candidates are public officials. They're when they want to bring a defamation complaint, it's a higher standard, so it's not the typical negligence. So in a regular defamation case, if someone's not a public figure, essentially truth is always a defense, but other than that, the court's just going to apply a negligence standard. So if someone just accidentally lies about someone, they could be held liable for a non-public official. But when it's a public official, the Supreme Court has decided that there's certain additional protections that needed to be given to those people. So one of the things is they can only recover if they show it's knowing, which makes sense. People should not knowingly be able to lie against and defame people and then claim a privilege. And the other is if they act in reckless or act with actual malice, which generally is a reckless disregard for the truth. So it's higher than a negligence standard, but less than a knowing standard. And I think the reason this bill is needed is particularly last election cycle, there were numerous PACs that were on both sides that were making just blatantly wrong, incorrect characterizations and lying about either candidates' records or their position on bills. And I think that's wrong. I think that misleads people. And I think it's particularly unfair when it's a huge PAC, spends all this money, and that the candidate often cannot properly respond. So one of those things what the bill does is it's essentially a notice requirement. And I do have a typo in the bill, so it would need an amendment. The typo is on line 6. The last word, so it reads, false statements issued on the homepage of a candidate, political committee, or political party's website is evidence of their position on an issue and prima facie evidence of reckless disregard of the truth. So the word false isn't supposed to be there. And so what that meant was, I think pretty much most candidates can have a website or very easily can cheaply have a website. So on the website, if a candidate's listing his specific position, then I don't think a PAC should be able to come in and just claim the complete opposite. This wouldn't go to opinion. So obviously people are entitled to their opinion on issues. It specifically is when people are just lying about a candidate's position on an issue or otherwise reasonably harming the candidate's reputation, which is a defamation standard as well. And then the final thing the bill does is just codifies different penalties for various types of defamation. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Representative Kennedy.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. I'm just wondering who would adjudicate whether something is a lie or not?
Yep, the jury.
Any other questions? Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. How is current defamation law not currently addressing this issue?
Two ways. So our present defamation law doesn't have any specific penalties with it. So at the end of the day, the jury, yes, could reasonably award someone the damages that they incurred. But this bill specifically made specific damages, so a jury doesn't have to guess at the harm someone caused. And I think that would hopefully deter people from acting in that manner. And the other way is assuming the typo is fixed, that it allows someone to respond on their website. And I believe legislature can properly say, well, we're going to find that in itself is reckless disregard if a candidate has it on their website. So presently a candidate can put their position on a website, but I could see an opponent saying, well, I didn't check that, so I didn't know it was wrong. So I think this sort of just puts an extra duty on someone if they're going to make representations about a candidate.
Any other? Representative Peru O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you aware of any other jurisdiction that does this, political subdivision that does this at this point in other states?
I am not. So I tried to follow or just build on our defamation law, and then just incorporate various protections that Supreme Court has awarded to defamation. So I am not aware of that.
Any other questions? So, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to testify on this? With that, Representative Wood, could I see the blue sheet, please? You were nearly right, only 23 minutes. And another blank sheet. And Representative Brennan, do you do homework again?
Oh, I
What? Okay, no problem.
8, opposed 9, neutral 1.
Okay. Thank you. And now we have like a 22-minute break before our next bill, which will be HB 463. Right. Thank you. Put my microphone.
Good morning, committee. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thanks for allowing me the opportunity to introduce HB 463. Um, I- This is a pretty straightforward bill. The concept's been in front of this committee before. I'm not going to sort of go into great detail other than to note that it's creating an election portal for folks to do a couple of things related to registering to vote. And basically, it creates a hub for potential voters and registrants to access and provide information. I don't want to bury the lead here, but I'm going to respectfully suggest that maybe the committee retain the bill. I'll talk about the merits of the bill, only for the purpose because there's another bill that Senator Gray has championed and will come before this committee that is probably a better bill in my view. And so I think it might, in the interest of efficiency, which we're not typically accused of here in the legislature, it might make sense to retain this bill and manage Senator Gray's SB 70, which is coming before the committee. It's gone through the Senate. Senate Bill 70, yeah. You know, I will sort of speak briefly to the merits, again, in the interest of efficiency, but this is a concept of modernizing the Secretary of State's office where I think the great majority of states have something similar to this, including Maine, I believe, in terms of being allowing folks to have the ability to input information, relevant information for registering to vote. This bill, 463, relates to two groups in particular, people who have particular barriers to registering to vote, people in active military service and people with disabilities. One of the reasons I think that this Senator Gray's bill is probably better is that it's a bit more expansive at the same cost as this one. I think from the perspective of administratively at the local level, this is something that will ultimately relieve burdens for local clerks and supervisors of the checklists. There are some numbers out there that quantify how much money it costs for a clerk to register a vote. This is pennies on the dollar in terms of that to save, and allows our already strapped local government agencies to focus on other things. One issue, this bill, as I mentioned, this concept has come before this committee in other forms. One particular issue had been cost. The number that had been associated with prior construction of an information portal is significantly lower this time around than it has been in the past. I don't need to probably elaborate, but I certainly can in terms of the groups that are mentioned in this bill that would benefit from having a reduction in the barriers and the transaction costs and being able to register to vote. But as I said, you know, I don't want to bury the lead here. I think it might be in the interest of the committee and to retain the bill. It's awkward for me to say that, but I think the other bill that's coming through might be the one that deserves the committee's more attention. So, but I'm happy to take questions from folks.
Thank you. Are there any questions? With that, thank you.
Thank you for hearing my testimony.
So I now call Deputy Secretary of State, Erin Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I am Erin Hennessy, Deputy Secretary of State. Good morning. I wanted to let you all know that we do support this bill with one slight amendment, and that amendment would be to remove the restriction to two types of New Hampshire citizens to open it up to all New Hampshire citizens. And that is in line with what the Senate has already passed, and that would be, as the sponsor said, SB 70. The important information in this portal is the important thing about it is that it makes it easy for New Hampshire residents to change their registration to actually register, but also keeps in line with our laws in New Hampshire, and to make sure that the information goes to the appropriate elected official. For example, if you were requesting an absentee ballot, that would go to the clerk. If you were requesting updates or to register, that would go to the supervisors of the checklist. I'm happy to take questions, but I do know that the sponsor has asked you to retain this, and that SB 70 would be coming before you when crossover happens.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. On authenticating the person behind the portal, what are your thoughts about problems or solutions on that?
The portal will be designed to collect all of the information that needs to be collected when you register to vote in the first place. So anything that you would be required to present, you would have to present in digital format. So a copy of or a scanned picture of whatever identity that you would have, or proof of residence or proof of citizenship. Does that answer your question? Okay.
It does.
Follow up.
Yes, so we hear quite often that this information is hard to come by for the people who are walking in. How do you think that's going to fly with a portal?
I don't know that this restricts people registering to vote to the portal. I'd have to look into that, but I think there would still be the walk-in option for people. Is that what you were, was that your question?
Yes.
Thank you.
Asked and answered. Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, I got one. Doesn't show a cost. How much do you think this will cost Secretary of State?
So our estimation is that the cost would be approximately $477 in the first year, and that is all of the design work. Most of that would be IT work to implement the portal, any training that needs to be done, individuals that we would need to hire. A lot of the work that would be done locally would now be shifted to phone calls and questions and answers at the Secretary of State's office. So we've had a lot of discussions with the sponsor of the Senate bill that there would possibly need additional staffing needs in Secretary of State's office.
So do you repeat that cost again?
Oh, sorry. $477 in 2024. And you should have a fiscal note on this. Does yours not have a fiscal note?
Yeah, but it's empty.
Oh, I think perhaps what happened was it was added after your bills were printed. If you go to the online version, it's on there. So
Okay.
477 in the first year, and then in the following years would be at least, I'm trying to look at each individual cost. At least 77,000, but up to 274,000.
Right, if you have to hire somebody.
Yes.
Okay,
So-
thank you. Any other questions?
I
Representative
just,
Lane?
thank you. I just want to clarify, it is on SB 70. So if you
Oh,
look up
okay.
SB 70, all the financial stuff is there.
Okay,
Okay.
It should, Mr. Chair, it should be on the HB 463 as well.
oh, okay,
Or at least it is on my version. Okay,
okay. Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Okay, next is Liz Tantarelli. Ready to call her again?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity to speak on HB 463. I do have written testimony that's being passed around. My name is Liz Tentarelli. I'm speaking today as president of the League of Women Voters of New Hampshire. We're empowering voters by creating opportunities to register that are not rooted in the 17th century by going to the town clerk's office makes sense. So My testimony refers to the fact that there are, as far as I could find, only 8 states that do not allow any part of the registration process online. And so we would be coming into the 21st century, and that's kind of a nice place to live. So I do support this bill. I support SB 70 even stronger because it applies to everyone. And I was very happy to hear that the sponsor suggests this bill be retained in favor of SB 70 when it comes along. But even just this bill does allow for 2 groups that have particularly tough times getting to the town clerk's office to be able to make changes to registration and to do their registration process online. So for active military, it's a no-brainer. They may not be around for months and months at a time. And for people with disabilities, getting to the town clerk's office may be a serious problem. So I certainly support this bill. I've been testifying in favor of this for at least 3 years. And I urge the committee to first retain it and then look very favorably on its cousin, SB 70, when that comes along. I'd be glad to take questions if there are any.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay,
Thank you for the opportunity.
I call
Mackenzie St. Germain.
Mackenzie St. Germain.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Mackenzie St. Germain. I'm the campaign director for the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights, and I'm representing New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights and America Votes New Hampshire. We as a coalition support any bill that creates an election information portal. As others mentioned, a robust portal like SB 70. These bills would both benefit our election officials and voters by allowing voters to complete a new voter application, register to vote for the first time, request an absentee ballot, make updates to their voter registration quickly and easily online. Many people these days are very comfortable registering their car online, paying their bills, and it just makes sense at this point in time for us to also give voters that option to manage their voter registration information online as well. And with the ease of being able to have voters complete an application ahead of time, ahead of going to the polls, we can also reduce the number of voters who are registering for the first time on election day, reducing the number of voters who maybe forget a document and have to register with an affidavit, or people waiting in long lines to register on election day because they weren't able to get to their clerk's office ahead of time, but would be able to register online after work from home. And this also would help voters update their information more quickly than currently happens with addresses, keeping our voter rolls more updated and clean, which is something that we know can increase voter confidence when those are more up to date. This would also support our supervisors of the checklist, cutting back on the amount of data entry they have. Also, the difficulty in reading handwriting or reading people's names. I know my handwriting is not always the cleanest or clearest, and can reduce some of those potential errors in data entry and copying over names and addresses that can cause issues or confusion in our voter rolls. So as you move forward with this process, looking at this bill and SB 70, I really want to just emphasize the importance and the support from the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights for establishing a portal. Now, I'm happy to take any questions if there are
Thank
any.
you. Anybody have any questions? Thank you. I now call Sarah Lubdell. Or correct me if I pronounced that wrong.
All right. Good morning. My name is Sarah Lobdell. I'm a voter in Keene and program coordinator of Open Democracy. We're a nonpartisan, nonprofit, pro-voter organization with over 36,000 members. And I am speaking this morning in support of HB 463. So on this day, March 7th today in 1965, hundreds of black and brown marchers walked across the Pettus Bridge in Selma, Alabama, peacefully demanding an equal right to vote. These marchers were met with violence, walking to make the ballot equally accessible for all, and HB 463 and its cousin HB 70 are an extension of this legacy that take a step towards making the ballot equally accessible for all. Much of what I had in my written testimony has already been said, so I would just add that reductions in the cost of staff time was brought up in terms of what it costs to process a paper registration form. And in my testimony, there's analysis of that, and an average cost would be $4.72 in staff time for every paper registration processed. So that is a potential cost saving to towns and cities. And yeah, I would echo what has already been said and would encourage you to look favorably on SB 70 when it comes your way. And to wrap up, on the online portal for this bill, 80 people have signed in support and 60 are in opposition. Last I checked earlier this morning.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions? With that, thank you. Representative Wood, and the blue sheet, unless anybody else wants to speak. And unless they spoke. Oh, one person for. Did she speak?
Olivia didn't speak.
Okay, 2 people for, nobody against. So with that, I'm gonna close the hearing on 463, and we have 12 minutes before our next bill, which is 476. Okay, let's continue our hearing on House Bill 476, enabling the Secretary of State to conduct a second recount after an election. And Representative Sweeney is going to present the bill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, members of the House Election Law Committee. For the record, Representative Joe Sweeney from Rockingham District 25, comprising the town of Salem. Proud to introduce House Bill 476 today, enabling the Secretary of State to conduct a second recount after an election. Election Law's Vice Chair, Representative Berry, is the prime sponsor, could not be here today. Essentially what this bill seeks to do, and the intent of the bill when it was filed, is we had a rather notorious case of a recount back in November, in which the recount resulted initially in a change in the election results, but it was clear from calculations that the number of ballots did not match up from that first recount to the election night, and then a subsequent audit of that ward race further confirmed there was a difference in the number of ballots counted or counted in that race than was cast, which led to a really unprecedented but necessary second recount of Ward 6, which then later confirmed the initial election night results and got rid of the disparity between the counts of the ballots. As written, and I've talked to the sponsor about this, and I know the sponsor has talked to members on both sides of the Election Law Committee prior to this hearing about fixing this bill. As written, this bill simply gives the Secretary of State the discretion to order a second recount if necessary. We feel that that is an unnecessary power to any state employee, any state officer, even the Secretary of State. And I know that the sponsor is working with members of this committee, one who's not here today as well, on figuring out the mechanism for how to make this a clear and transparent system where if there is an issue found after the first recount, that a second recount would be ordered automatically, regardless of the discretion of the Secretary of State being used. I'm not privy to what those conversations are, but I do know that they are happening between members on this committee. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I'm not sure what the end result will be. But I believe it would be something similar to if a audit of the race shows a different number of ballots cast than what the recount showed, then there would be grounds for a second recount automatically and not at the discretion. But I am happy to take any questions the committee members may have.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? With that, thank you. Oh, yes, Representative Muirhead.
What if an audit showed in the second recount a discrepancy? Would that justify a third recount?
That is a phenomenal question, and I do know that the sponsors, we do not want to see recount after recount after recount. So that would have to be buttoned up in terms of the policies to what is the acceptable. What happens if there keeps being a variance? If there's a variance from election night to the second recount to the audit to the third recount, first recount to the audit to the second recount. I'm not sure what we would do, and I'm not sure what we would need to put in the safeguards in the policy in the legislation to prevent that.
Can I have a follow-up, please, Mr. Chair? Thank you. I'm thinking, with respect to buttoning up this bill, that there might be two broad avenues. One is to specify the kinds of reasons that would justify a second recount. And that's what I think we're just talking about. And the other is to design a process that gives the public confidence that the Secretary of State had good reason, whatever the reason might have been. And I can imagine that the legislation might require, well, let me rephrase, please. Would you possibly support legislation that required the Secretary of State to do something like make the reasons explicit to maybe the state Supreme Court before a second recount could proceed?
So thank you for the question. I would not be opposed to making sure there are strong safeguards in here to make sure that the policy isn't open to abuse or to discretion. And I know that the lack of limiting the amount of discretion in the process is the goal. of fixing this piece of legislation as it is introduced. I won't speak for the prime sponsor because, 8 times out of 10, who knows? But I think he's, based on the conversation I had with him yesterday, I think he's of the same vein of thought.
Representative Wood?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. The bill currently says specifically that the Secretary of State makes this call. So in your testimony, you said something slightly different. Could you clarify, please?
Absolutely. The bill as introduced just gives the Secretary of State the discretion to conduct a second recount if for whatever reason there's a discrepancy found. While that's the way the bill has been introduced, there is an effort to button up that policy and that procedure to make it based on clear metrics that are transparent so it doesn't matter on which case, it's just if it hits the threshold for a discrepancy or whatnot. And again, I'm not privy to those conversations that Representative Barry's having, but I do know that they are working on building together the sort of framework for what would necessitate a second recount.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you,
Thank you.
Representative Sweeney.
Thank you very much.
I now call Representative Gagny.
Good morning, all. Mr. Chairman, for the record, my name is Larry Gagny. I'm a state representative from Hillsborough District 16, which is Ward 6 in Manchester. I'm the man behind the reason why this bill is before us. This is the first I hear about them wanting to tweak it and change different things. I'm not blaming anyone for anything here. My thoughts is that there was, how the recounts go, the stacks of ballots. There was chaos in there. There were 3 or 4 different recounts going on, and people were 25, 50, 75. Like I said, I'm not blaming anyone. I'm thinking that what happened was there was a stack of ballots that were miscounted. What they did is when we won the case in Merrimack Superior Court, that the recount, before they counted names, they counted the totality of the ballots on hand, compared it to the totality of the ballots on election night. And they had found out that there was a discrepancy. On the recount, we had fewer ballots. So now they started the recount after the count was correct. And I ended up winning. Thank God. But I'm here specifically, my wife and I held hands the first time for 6.5 hours, the next time for about 7 hours. And I'm an old man, and I don't want anyone else to go through this that we went through. I hadn't been in Superior Court since I was a cop, way back in the 70s. So I didn't like that. So that's why I'm here, and I'm hoping that this committee can tweak it. It's first I hear this morning that Representative Sweeney, that you were working on tweaking this so this does not happen again for either side.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? With that, thank you. And Representative Wood, could you check the blue sheet, please? And doesn't look like we have any more pink sheets, and nobody else wants to talk. So we can have an early lunch. And could you?
That just went flying. Oh my God. Thank you.
And another blank blue sheet. So with that, and close the hearing on 476. And we have at 1 o'clock is 478. So with that, breaking for lunch. Back at 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, welcome back. We're a little late, but anyway, our next bill is HB 478, relative to ballot order in the general election. And Representative Wood is going to introduce it because this is Representative Berry's bill and he's not here. So, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to introduce Bill HB 478 to the House floor for public session. This bill makes changes to the creation of the ballot order in the general election.
So is there anybody that wants to speak on this? If not, I guess we can. Right, I mean, if somebody wants to, yeah,
Oops,
I mean, you can.
sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing I did notice was like on line 25, I guess it's only one page. Candidates for the office of state representative who did not run in a primary but are eligible to appear on the general ballot shall be listed similarly with the person receiving the most signatures to appear on the ballot, receiving the first position. I mean, in my case, I didn't run in a primary and I didn't get any signatures either, so I'm not sure what that means.
Really giving you a good answer.
So we're
It's okay.
discussing 478. There's nobody to speak on it, and Representative Wood brought it, introduced it, but so basically we can just take comments if anybody's got one, and then, yes, Representative Hamlet.
Okay, well, to answer Representative Kennedy's question, my only thought is that I had an independent opposing me, so he didn't run in the primary. And this would say, I don't know what the rule is now, but it would just say his name would be, appear on the general ballot, shall be listed similarly with the, the other people that won first place in their primary. Because he was an independent, so he didn't have to run in a primary. I don't know.
Okay, anybody else? And yes, Representative Moorhead.
I mean, reading the bill, I just try and understand the logic, but my understanding of this bill is that right now there's a random order a random selection that governs the, order of names on the general election ballot and on the primary ballot. Instead of that, we'll do a random order for the primary, but we'll take the number of votes in the primary to determine the order in the general election ballot. And what I noticed is that in multi-candidate primaries, the primary ballot name order often decides who gets the most votes. I just see a lot of people voting for the first candidate and then number of votes tapering off as you go down the list. So it seems to just reward the random chance that you got listed first in the primary ballot by giving you the first position on the general election ballot. I'm not sure what what the logic of that is.
Representative Howard.
Yeah, I mean, considering that there could be a presidential primary, for instance, on one side of the ballot, that could drastically influence how many people actually show up and vote. So there could be one side that ends up getting a huge turnout rate that otherwise would be in the minority potentially in any given district.
Yeah, it's something I've noticed over the years, when they first came, I think it was 2005, 2006, when they changed it to be random order. The candidate used to be alphabetical. And the argument then was, hey, A, B's, and C's and would always win, which wasn't. And when I first got here, I was in the middle of the first page. Now I'm the bottom of the second page. So that alphabetical order didn't work, so I don't know. I think it's the way it is now. I think it works fine. But the only problem I didn't really like was last year when they changed for the column rotations. It's back up to the Senate district, and they pick the Senate district, and then that goes for the whole Senate district, which in Litchfield, it's 5 wards in Manchester and that's six places where the order's the same, and it used to be indifferent. But anyway, I don't know, but anyway, yes, Representative Bennett.
I'm just going to comment that I believe the order of the candidates in the ballot does not necessarily decide who wins. However, if they're close, like I was in a primary with 4 candidates for 3 positions, but whoever's the first will have about 2%. That's just a statistical observation. That's a well-known in well-known studies, and that could certainly change. Like for if you're selecting 3 out of 4, it can change the 2, depending on who's first.
Yeah, I think the more people running, it's more or less you further down the list, you get ignored. But I mean, but if there's only a couple people, 2, 3, I mean, I don't think it really matters that much. But anyway, so we have 20 minutes before our next bill. And maybe we'll have somebody else come. What? Oh, yeah, there's probably nothing on it, but. Oh.
If there going to be some, I know Ross was asking that some bills in executive session.
Yeah.
Do you know which ones those are? The only reason I'm asking is because I'm watching OL for amendments to, from OLS.
Oh, yeah, that was one of the problems is,
Yeah.
and we have a blank blue sheet. So that'll close the hearing on 4. Yeah, he'd have to take his kid to the hospital, but anyway. What bill was this? 478. And we're in recess till 1:30. Now I turn the light on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the Election Law Committee. I apologize for the way I'm dressed. I thought I would have time to change after my EKG. The good news is my heart is fine. And more importantly, I don't think I'm contagious with anything. So 496 it was born out of a conversation I had in Auburn door knocking a few years ago. And the Jacobs are here today. But while I was door knocking, they shared with me a story that really generated a lot of angst during the conversation about how their mother had been was a resident in a nursing home, and the children stumbled upon the fact that she had registered to receive an absentee ballot, and she cast it. And their mom was not in any position mentally. She had dementia or something. I don't know how much they want to talk about that, but and so I think their perception was that this was a form of elder abuse to be able to go in and register people to vote and cast an absentee ballot for them when there's very little cognizance about what is going on. And if you go through our nursing homes in this state, you'll find an extremely high percentage of people with dementia. Even up like in the veterans home, they have half of the beds basically set aside for dementia patients, and the other half are supposed to be non-dementia patients. And even in the non-dementia ward, 60-70% of those have dementia. So I think this bill attempts to say that it's absolutely vital that we protect a person's right to vote and their dignity to cast their vote, while at the same time acknowledging that the way in which we manage their ballots may be appropriate for us to ensure that they have some capacity to request and cast a ballot. And so even though they told me this, their story about 3 years ago, I missed last election cycle because working with Representative Griffin, we couldn't figure out how to approach the bill. So this time around, I just went to Dave Scanlon when he was the Deputy Secretary of State. And this is essentially his language. This is what he came up with after about 8 months of thinking about it, how we might do it. And I think that it's a really great first attempt to have the conversation about what could be or should be and what should not be done in this area. And if there's a way for us to say yes to each other and to figure out a way to pass some protections while fully preserving the right to vote, I think that would be a great outcome. I don't think it's an easy balance, but I think we owe it to ourselves to have that conversation. The Secretary of State's office is represented here. Certainly the Jacobs are here. They're in favor, I believe. The town clerks are not in favor. And I can kind of understand that. There's more work here than what we've done in the past. And I don't know what the other objections are. I would hope that they would share the goal of trying to prevent elder abuse and voter theft. But I'll take questions if there are any.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding of this bill from line 7 to 10 is that the absentee ballot observers, who are representatives of the two parties that received the highest number of votes in the last election, shall ensure that the process of receiving, marking, and returning absentee ballots is fair, private, and properly handled. What would happen if the two ballot observers disagreed with each other about whether the process was fair, private, and properly handled?
I think that's a good question to expand on details within the bill, and maybe the Deputy Secretary of State may have some ideas on that. I'm not steeped in election law, but what I think might be able to happen is that there could be a contested ballot, and we do have some procedures, I understand, for contesting ballots and reconciling perspectives before they're cast. But I don't know the real answer.
Follow up?
Thank you. Does this bill mean that no one in a nursing home may fill out an absentee ballot unless the two absentee ballot observers are present in the facility?
I don't know that would be a good outcome. I don't think that would be a good outcome. And if you think the legislation says that, then I'd be happy to see alternative language. Certainly, just because you're in a nursing home doesn't mean you're incapacitated. The odds of it go up dramatically based on the statistics. But my first principle is that we must first protect the right to vote. And then beyond that, the issue gets to be, are there reasonable things we can do to mitigate the potential for somebody falsifying the absentee ballot process and casting a ballot without the awareness of the actual voter? And you'll listen to the Jacobs, and they have an extremely well-documented case of one such example of what I think it's elder abuse, but.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
One more.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your explanation. So my understanding is that the two ballot observers would accompany the town clerk as the absentee ballots are delivered to the facility, but would not be in the facility then when the ballots are being marked or returned and collected. And so my question is, how could those observers then attest that the process is fair if they're not in the building when the ballots are being marked and when the ballots are being collected, but are only present when the ballots are being delivered by the town clerk?
I can see where you would make that assumption. I don't know if I join you in that assumption. I'm reading lines 7, 8, and 9. The absentee ballot observers shall ensure the process of receiving, marking, and returning the absentee ballots is fair, private, and properly handled. And so, I think there may be some unwritten words here on how they would ensure that, but the scope of this is meant to include the entire workflow of distributing and collecting the ballots.
Representative Kennedy.
Yeah, this is kind of a follow-up to Representative Mura's question, because if you deliver the ballot, the person has to think about what they're doing, right? I mean, unless there's some procedure to make sure they've looked at a sample ballot or whatever. So would the observers simply have to stay there on site until the ballots are marked and collected?
I don't know what that procedure would look like. This is the first year that this bill has been proposed, and it was written in isolation by Secretary of State Scanlon. And I trust the legislative process. I trust this committee to basically think through some of these details that maybe were not thought of, late night at his desk when he was typing this up. So,
Okay. Any other questions? Representative Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So, so in a nursing home, in a big nursing home, when, is this something that will be like an event? Like, okay, all of the requests have to be done at the same time for residents of the nursing home, such that when they're delivered at the same time, so that the people who are accompanying the ballots and the markings and all of that will be done as kind of like an event in that nursing home? Or is this something that's done upon request, such that each resident may request it at a different time, so they get delivered, marked, submitted, and then another resident may do it at another time? I'm just trying to picture how this unfolds.
I don't know what that would look like. I know, having visited nursing homes when my mother-in-law was in them, the nursing director was desperate to find events. So if there was a candidate night, if there was a ballot night, I don't think there's anything in here that would preclude that or require it.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Representative Brennan.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. This kind of follows up to what Representative Bay was talking about. So it's my understanding that when someone wants to fill out an absentee ballot, they first have to go through the absentee ballot request form. I don't see anything in this bill here, and I'm wondering if it is your intent that the absentee ballot observers, that there would be observers during the request process as well. Because if I'm trying to understand if the concern is that an individual does not have the capacity to fill out an absentee ballot, would there also be a concern about them being able to properly or adequately fill out an absentee ballot request form?
In my experience with dementia patients in nursing homes, somebody with dementia is going to have a really hard time even making a proper request for an absentee ballot. And what we end up doing to basically assist that without replacing their independent judgment, I don't know. I think this is a very difficult issue. And I hope whatever we do, we come down on the side of protecting the right to vote. But I really would just like to see us think through how we might be able to also protect our seniors that really are no longer able to participate in the electoral process and not have their ballots abused.
Follow up, please.
Follow up.
Are you aware of this being a sizable, significant issue, or is this a one-time, couple of time occurrences that there has been an issue that has raised concerns for the family of the elderly nursing home patient?
So there are no statistics that I know of on that, and talking with Ms. Hennessy from the Secretary of State's office before the hearing, we don't have any data even to say what number of absentee ballots are requested by residents in nursing homes. There's a lack of data here. They know how many absentee ballots we have, but they don't keep track of where the request was originated. So we don't really have that data. We have one very clear example in one nursing home in New Hampshire where I think it's inarguable that there was abuse. And is one enough? Well, I think one causes us to step back and say, did this one expose something that we should be concerned about systemically? If the one happened in one nursing home, does that suggest that a person was working the system to go get other patients' ballots from that same nursing home? So even though we know of one, it kind of suggests, that maybe it would have been worth an investigation to go see if this happened on that election at that nursing home other times, but no such request was made that I know of.
One more follow-up, if I may?
Okay,
Just real
but
quick.
this is the last, because we need to move on.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. Is because you seem to have a knowledge of nursing homes. Is there a process by which a family member of a resident of a nursing home would be able to make a request of that nursing home that they do not provide that nursing home resident with an absentee ballot request form?
I think that's a really great question to ask the children of the mom that went through this. They held a power of attorney for the mom, and generally what the power of attorney does is it basically delegates to somebody to make major decisions for them, and that power of attorney was well known to the nursing home, but no one from the nursing home consulted with them to determine if the request for the absentee ballot was something that they should check with them or not, and certainly not when the ballot was cast. It may be an area that our laws are silent, and maybe that's what comes of this in another term or two, that we really work through this.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you. My mother-in-law was a really smart woman, and she lived with me for 17 years. And I brought her to vote every election until she started to be unable to pay attention to the news. She just knew that she didn't want to vote anymore after that. And so I didn't push it. But if I did want to push it, I could have easily done so. I could have put papers in front of her and said, you have to sign this, you have to do this. Because sometimes I did have to put papers in front of her and ask her for some signatures, and she had a lot of trouble understanding what I was doing, but it was really necessary whenever I did that. It was very necessary. And I tried to do it in front of my sister-in-law so the whole family knew that we're all on the same page with everything that we're doing, so that we were all confident about that. And I don't think we have all the answers to some of the excellent questions that were asked right now, but I think this is a work in progress, because these are issues that aren't addressed currently. But if we get started on this, I think that is the only way to find out some of the answers to those questions and to move forward if further legislation is needed. I know when ballots are transferred from a polling location to a different area, there has to be two members of different parties in the vehicle when that's done. And that makes people feel much more confident. And this is the same thing. My mother-in-law didn't spend much time in a nursing home. In fact, when she got there, she passed away soon after, just within hours. But I spent a long time just prior to that looking for a nursing home for her to be placed in, because she needed that. COVID hit, complicating everything. But when I went to the different nursing homes, I had a similar bill that year, and it was also near election. And the people that I spoke to at the nursing homes were relieved. Their general sense was, oh, good, there'll be a time when we can go to the activities room and have this taken care of with some people that can answer some questions. And the same thing that I felt when I had to have my mother-in-law sign some important paperwork, when I wanted to have as many family members in the room when that happened, so everybody was aware of what was going on. That's how the people that work at nursing homes would feel. They would feel like, okay, we had the Republican rep, we had the Democrat, we had lots of people in the room observing and watching what was going on, and they felt more confident that everybody would know that everything was on the up and up, and they'd feel good about it. So I think this is positive, and it goes in a good direction, not just for the people at the nursing home, but family members of people in nursing homes.
Okay, thank you. Any quick questions? Thank you. Now, maybe to answer some of these questions is call up Deputy Secretary of State Erin Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Erin Hennessy, Deputy Secretary of State. I wanted to let everyone know
What
we
did
are.
I say?
What?
Did I say that?
Oh, I know, but I'm supposed to say it too.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I wanted to let everyone know that our office is in support of this legislation. As the prime sponsor mentioned, my boss, Secretary Scanlon, did help him write the verbiage for this bill. During every election season, our office does get many, many, many phone calls related to nursing home and voting in nursing home. Most of it's complaints that we get. We see this as a good step in the right direction and a fair process. Some of the issues that come up with voting in nursing homes is that you probably are aware that if you, hopefully it doesn't happen, but when you go into a nursing home at some point and it's in a different town, that you do not have to register to vote in that new town, that you can keep your old registration and vote in the town that you were previously residing in. But a lot of nursing home residents don't know that information, and sometimes that information is not provided to them when someone comes and gets them to register to vote in the new location. To answer some of Representative Brennan's questions, which are very good, to my knowledge, a lot of times the registration process, the application for an absentee ballot process, and the voting process is all done at the same time in the nursing home. So there doesn't have to be a lot of back and forth. So a town clerk could come in with all of the forms necessary, and those would be compiled just as if you were absentee voting from your home. To Representative Bay's question about, and I believe it was your question, about if this would happen, how it would happen if somebody requested an absentee ballot individually. This would just apply to multiple absentee ballots, and not if you chose to request an absentee ballot not with the group process. I just want to make a point that this process, the way it's written here, would make sure that everything is transparent and would cut down, I believe, on issues that people have with the current process. And that if there were issues, the bill says that they would contact the Secretary of State's office, but any enforcement would also be contacting the AG's office. I'm happy to take questions.
Any questions? Okay. Oh, Representative Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Would something like this be also pertinent to homes with mentally disabled adults or something like that?
That's a good question. I think the language just relates to nursing home and elder care facilities. So I would have to look up the definition of what a nursing home is.
Thank you.
Any questions? Oh, Representative Burnham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious that, say the resident in the nursing home is incapable, but yet is in this group setting to vote, is unaware of the process or who, like, do these advisors, will they like recommend for them not to vote? Do they have that ability? Or are we just kind of helping them along with something they're not really sure what they're doing?
Thank you for the question. I see the way it's written, I see it more as an observer, like in someone who observes an election, and they would not interfere with the voter in their process, but would identify an issue when it comes up, and then would elevate that issue to our office or ultimately the AG's office. And my apologies, I do want to note that one of the issues that has happened in the past is multiple voting, where someone has requested an absentee ballot from where they came from, but then somebody came in and registered in the new location, and then they didn't remember that they had voted previously and voted again in that town.
Representative Brennan.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. You talk about this bill being basically a group effort type of thing where as was discussed, the idea of having an event at a nursing home where there are multiple residents filling out these request forms and absentee ballot forms. But if an individual fills out their own absentee ballot request form, and is it the case now, and would it still be the case that a town clerk would deliver multiple ballots to a resident for multiple residents? Does that make sense? I can
So is your
rephrase.
question, are you asking whether a resident would receive multiple ballots, one resident?
Let me rephrase.
Okay.
If 10 residents of a nursing home residence were to individually request absentee ballots, wouldn't the town clerk deliver that package of 10 individual absentee ballots at the same time? And wouldn't that constitute delivering multiple absentee ballots to residents of nursing homes? And would that then require 2 absentee ballot observers?
So that's a good question. So my reading of this is that this would only be triggered when a clerk or assistant or their deputized clerk physically goes to the residence and not does a mailing. So if you were a resident and you mailed in a request, that request gets sent to you. And then your neighbor requests another day, that request would get sent to you. So this would just occur when the group process happens, when they go with multiple applications and ballots to be filled out at one point in time.
Follow up, please. Is it not the law now that a town clerk or a deputized representative of the town clerk to deliver an absentee ballot to a nursing home facility? And if that is currently the law, as I think it is, wouldn't that town clerk potentially be delivering multiple ballots on any given day? If we're talking about a nursing home facility with, 150 residents, and there have been 10 individual requests in the span of 2 days, then a town clerk could potentially be delivering multiple ballots at the same time. And would that trigger?
So are you talking about mail delivery or hand delivery?
Hand delivery.
Hand delivery. So I've not heard, and it doesn't mean that it happens, that a clerk would choose to hand deliver the ballots rather than process them and mail them. I think we would have to hear from a town clerk if there was 100 or something. It would be easier perhaps time-wise and money-wise, but otherwise I don't know that a town clerk would choose to hand deliver over mail processing.
Okay, thank you.
And perhaps we do need to clarify this is hand delivery and not mail delivery.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
That's any question. Michelle Jacob?
Hi, my name is Michelle Jacob, and I'm here on behalf of our mom. This is my husband, Rick. In August of 2014, our mom, Clara Jacob, was admitted to the Hillsborough County Nursing Home in Goffstown. On January 16th, the durable power of attorney was activated by Dr. B, who cared for my mom while at the Hillsborough County Nursing Home. He diagnosed her as having diabetes, unspecified renal failure, congestive heart failure, atrial fibrillation, senile dementia, and depressive disorder. Quoting him directly, Mom was unable to recall her medical condition, her names of her caregivers, physicians, duration of her stay at the nursing home. and or even how to obtain this information, and this would continue for the rest of her life. On November 2016, we would go in and visit her every day. And on November 2016, we found an unstamped official absentee voter's ballot envelope in her room that was addressed to Claire Jacobs. We never discovered why or who registered her to vote under the name Claire Jacobs. Her name was Clara Jacob, without an S at the end of her name. And I do have some information that we had gotten from Bill Gardner, and she was registered in Goffstown under Claire Jacobs, and she was also registered in Goffstown as Claire Jacob. One of them had a voter ID. Her envelope had a different voter ID number on it. After discovering this, the head nurse of Unit 4C, which was our mom's unit, she expressed her extreme discomfort with the situation, knowing mom's mental health. The activities director of Hillsborough County Nursing Home explained that staff members distributed the absentee ballots. On the 27th of January in 2017, we spoke with the Goffstown town clerk. She told us that absentee ballots are distributed at the Hillsborough County Nursing Home by staff members, and that she appoints as official polling assistants. She explained that the town's clerk office does this to make it easier for nursing home residents to vote. Mom did not request an absentee ballot. In addition, she did not have any form of identification that would have made it possible for her to even obtain an absentee ballot. As her durable power of attorney for medical as well as finance, my husband was the only one who could have made that request. Mom didn't know she had voted, nor that there was even an election. Nor would she even have been able to fill out any of that information. In November of 2016, she didn't have that ability. A huge question for us that has never been answered is who helped her fill out the ballot, and was he or she authorized or trained to do so? And we spent countless of hours phoning people, writing letters to discover who and why and how this was allowed to occur. We were never able to get answers. We spoke with Goffstown State Representative Barbara Griffin. We spoke with Bill Gardner. We spoke with Al Baldessaro. We spoke with Kathy Ball. We spoke with Secretary Bill Gardner. And it really and truly is so unfortunate that this happened to her, and it just wasn't fair. Yeah, if you went into her room and you said, gee, Claire, do you want to vote in the presidential election? Well, of course she would say yes. If you asked her if she wanted to make a spaghetti supper for the Knights of Columbus this week, of course I will. So yes, while she could say yes, she didn't have the mental capacity to do any of that. And they never had the right to go into her room, period. She had no identification on the outside of her room except for her name. And there were times when she would come into her room, there would be somebody else sitting in her chair or laying in her bed. Oh, how does a representative from the nursing home or anybody else, how could they identify who this person is? There's no identification. We go to vote, we have to take out our, all our license, some identification, which is the way it should be. This just really is so wrong. And we pray that it doesn't happen to other family members, Yeah.
Thank you. Just for everybody knows, the Hillsborough County Nursing Hospital is in Goffstown. Just want to clear that up.
Yes.
Yes, I know.
And so the whole nursing home got these ballots, regardless of who they were. So someone mentioned how many people got them. The town clerk said they delivered them.
And I'm on the Hillsborough County Executive Committee. I think that's a question I'm gonna ask next time. So is there any questions? And thank you for that.
Thank you.
Now I'd like to call up Susan Buxton.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Susan Buxton. I'm the State Long-Term Care Ombudsman. The Long-Term Care Ombudsman is a required program of states that receive any Older Americans Act funds, which obviously New Hampshire does. Our office works to resolve problems related to health, safety, welfare, and rights of individuals who live in nursing homes, assisted livings, and other residential care facilities. We do this through education, investigation, mediation, and advocacy. The Ombudsman programs promote policies and consumer protections that support well-being of individuals that live in long-term care. So I came today with my position being neutral because I really had some questions after reviewing the bill about what the purpose of the bill was and what it was seeking to address. I do feel like I have a little better understanding after listening to the testimony before me. But some of the points that I make in my written testimony and I'd like to share today remain, and that is, if the goal is to increase access to absentee voting for people living in long-term care, I think that is a good thing. It is challenging for people that are living in long-term care to vote, and there are many reasons that people want to vote by absentee, but the main reasons being they're receiving short-term rehabilitation care and they're unable to go to their polling place. They lack transportation, or because ambulation or care needs make it difficult for them to go to a polling place. But if this bill is written to make this a required process for all individuals who live in a nursing home or assisted living seeking to execute their right to vote, I think that it's creating an unnecessary and unfair burden, and I would oppose it. Anyone in this room can request a ballot and fill it out in the privacy of their home and mail it in. And individuals that are living in long-term care settings, that's their home. They should be able to follow the same procedures that any other citizen of the state is allowed to follow. So I would support the bill if it's clearly stating that it's expanding the options for exercising the right to vote that are residing in long-term care. But as I said, I would oppose it if it's further restricting their abilities. I'll talk a little bit about my experience. I've worked in long-term care for my whole career, so I'll say it's over 25 years without giving up my age. And I have been involved with assisting residents that want to vote. And you heard before me people talk about there are a number of individuals who have dementia that live in our long-term care facilities. And while the entire process may seem overwhelming, it's very often that they have a very clear belief that they want to vote and they understand it. And I think we need to be very thoughtful and careful about determining whether somebody has capacity or not to vote, because that's, to my knowledge, not a requirement. So you may have to assist somebody who has dementia by reading the ballot to them, because they may not be able to look at it and read it and understand it. But they may still have a very clear opinion. And I I recognize the challenges of somebody having the skills and abilities to assist somebody with dementia and not impart their opinion. And so I would applaud the efforts to make sure that the rights of the individuals are protected during that process. For instance, I have known individuals who felt very, very strongly about their political party. And so they might not have any idea who the candidates are, but they know that they want to vote for whoever is that member of that party that they have always supported. And so they may say that. I don't know who any of them are, but I want to make sure that I vote Republican or I vote Democrat. So, I think we need to be really thoughtful when we design this, because I'm not sure the way that it's written, I don't think that you would be putting that person that's an observer is not qualified to determine whether somebody knows what they're doing or not. So the only other thing that I really want to point out to you, and I think it probably speaks to the fact that the town clerks may be opposing that, is there are 78 nursing homes and 139 assisted living facilities in New Hampshire, and there are 14,000 residents. And those are not spaced evenly across the state. So, I selected one community, which is Bedford, which has 5 assisted living homes and 3 nursing homes and 900 residents. So, we need to think about what that means for each individual town. And I would be thrilled if every facility created a polling place so that individuals could vote. But I think we need to be careful about that. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Oh, who? No. Everybody look that way.
I appreciate, it's okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate the information about how many facilities there are. And it raises the question, I guess, whether if this bill written by the Secretary of State, I guess, were to pass, it raises the question about whether town clerks would be able to find a sufficient number of observers to accompany them. And when they deliver the ballots, and also when the ballots are being distributed, marked, and collected. And I presume that if you couldn't find the observers, then you couldn't do the delivery and you couldn't distribute the ballots. And that could disenfranchise a relatively large number of the 14,000 people in these homes. Is that one of your
That's
concerns?
my point. Yep. Is that it's going to be an undue burden for some towns that have a high concentration.
Representative Brennan.
I'll make it quick. Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Is there ever a scenario where, and this is similar to the question I asked earlier, is there ever a scenario where the family of a person in a nursing home has the ability to remove that person's right to vote? Or
No, nobody has the authority to determine whether somebody can vote. Even in a guardianship, which is the most restrictive appointment, most wards, those individuals that have been appointed a guardian retain the right to vote. So a power of attorney absolutely does not have the authority to determine whether or not somebody should be allowed to vote.
thank you.
Okay, any more? Okay, good. Thank you. Now with that, Representative Wood, can you give me the blue sheet? And I believe there's nobody else wanting to speak. So in a minute, we'll move on to our next bill, which is 586. $496, yeah. So we have one person for and 5 people against. Okay, now our next bill 586. Is Representative Faulkner here?
I got my pink card. I filled it out over here. Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Well, she's, no, she, yeah. Right, it's coming.
Mr. Chair, I made a serious mistake. I emailed everyone an amendment, and I failed to mention it. So you all should have an amendment that could go with it.
Okay, with this, with 586?
To the bill that I.
You, the previous bill, okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay. Now on to 586.
Chair, thank you. I'm Barry Faulkner. I represent Swansea and Richmond, Cheshire 10, and I'm the prime sponsor of this bill. It's a relatively simple bill compared to the last one anyway. I hope that you might agree. The inspiration for this bill came around election time when somebody published a poll or opinion statement that placed New Hampshire at the bottom of the list of 50 states in terms of the most difficult state to vote in. I said, geez, I'm a proud New Hampshire native. I resent that remark. And, you know, I know for a fact it's not true. You know, we have a lot of things going for us. I think we have one of the better voting systems in the country. I've observed elections all over the country, 4 different states. I've run elections. I've participated as party representative, as candidate. We count all our ballots on election day. We have an easy, straightforward registration process. You can register on the day of election. We don't have lines, by and large. I mean, at least not the way other states do. Things work pretty well here. But I did look kind of over things to see what, you know, what can be done to make things a little bit easier for people to vote in the state. So looking at the absentee ballot statute, which in fact provides an outlet for people who can't be there on election day for a variety of reasons, and realize there are a couple of reasons that people have expressed to me for why they didn't show up to vote or why they were considering not voting. And so I'm proposing 2 additional reasons that would be placed on the absentee ballot application. One reason is I can't get a ride. I don't have a car. Transportation is a problem. The second reason is that I have concerns about going out in public, either for my own safety or for my own health or for the health of others. I don't have a disability, but I have a deep concern about my health if I go out into a crowd. So 2 simple reasons that would be placed on the application that would allow people to participate by absentee ballot when they can't or have serious reservations about showing up on election day. The only other change that's made is that violations of the absentee ballot statute are treated the same as other violations of voting statutes in terms of the required level of mens rea to prosecute. So it's pretty simple. The bill is long just because the statute reproduces the application in full, and so we've reprinted the entire application with those 2 additional reasons on there, and hope that might be a simple, perhaps not earth-shaking addition to our system. And we're following the existing absentee ballot system. There's no additional work. Let's get counted along with other absentee ballots. It's, you know, still observing that the principle that people cast absentee ballots because they can't or have difficulty being at the election place on election day. It's not a radical change from any of that, so I hope that this might be seen as being one small step we can make to make things easier to vote in this state. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, with that, thank you.
All right, thank you.
And I now call Deputy Secretary of State, Erin Hennessy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Erin Hennessy, Deputy Secretary of State. Good to see you again. Our office is opposed to this bill. We see this as a bill that's trying to micromanage the number of instances for requesting an absentee ballot, some of which may not be in line with what our Constitution allows. I think that you could all sit around all day long and come up with a number of scenarios where somebody might come up with an instance where they can't come to the polls. Unlike the last bill in regards to nursing homes, our office does not get a lot of calls from people who cannot get to the polls. We do get a lot of calls about nursing homes and not getting ballots or issues with voting at nursing homes and complaints. But I was able to ask someone who was in our office for 49 and a half years how many calls she received over that time period related to not being able to get to the polls. And she thinks that there was probably 6, for which she referred to that person's political party to request a ride for them. So I don't see that as an issue with adding this to the affidavit envelope or the absentee ballot request form. I think you all are aware that this committee is trying to reduce the size of the affidavit envelope and make it easier, or reduce the information on the absentee application and make it easier for somebody to understand. And this would just add more information and make it more confusing versus less. Happy to take questions.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Get off easy today. Okay, Olivia Zink. To turn your mic, there you go.
I should know the drill. For the record, my name is Olivia Zink, Executive Director of Open Democracy, a nonpartisan, nonprofit pro-voter organization with 36,000 members. And I live in the city of Franklin. Absentee voting is nonpartisan. According to the Institute of Responsive Government, research has shown that neither party gains an advantage when they're voting by absentee and when voting by absentee is expanded. Democracy thrives when many of us can participate. So removing barriers to participation encourages a healthy democracy. And expanding the definition of absentee benefits everyone, including seniors who might not be driving anymore, rural voters, single parents, families whose kids get sick, or or dicey weather. According to the NCSL, 35 states have no excuse absentee voting, so you don't need an excuse to vote by absentee. During the pandemic, many exposed some fundamental weaknesses to our absentee voting and voter registration when town clerk's offices closed. In 2020 and 2022, those voters who were fearful were able to claim physical disability to vote by absentee. There was also in 2020 an allowance for pre-processing absentee, which we knew election workers really enjoyed that opportunity. And I think it's really important for us to think about this as we're all adults. Everyone who's a voter is over 18 and is adult, and they should manage whether they go in person or whether they can request an absentee ballot. And it's really important for voters to have a choice on how they want their vote to be counted, and that their ability to participate. I did have an opportunity to serve on the Special Committee for Voter Confidence, and there in our final report, we said consideration should be given for pre-processing absentee ballots. So I do think that if we are expanding absentee balloting, that we should allow for town clerks to expand pre-processing. Please side with voters by voting House Bill 586 ought to pass and allowing voters to vote securely by an absentee ballot. It's really important for New Hampshire's future. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none? Thank you. Now, Mackenzie St. Germain.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Mackenzie St. Germain. I'm with the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights. I'm an America Votes New Hampshire, and I'm here today in support of HB 586. As a coalition, the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights is committed to supporting legislation that expands and supports voter access, which is exactly what this bill does. By expanding absentee voting to those who have concerns about their safety or health, traveling to or being at the polls, and those who don't have affordable or reliable transportation, we would ensure that more eligible voters are able to cast their ballots. No voter should be prevented from participating because of concerns about their health being at the polls, about their safety traveling to the polls, or finding an affordable ride and being able to get there. I know myself, I've talked to voters on election day going door to door who said, my ride fell through, I wasn't able to get there. This would allow those voters who don't have that reliable transportation to ensure their vote counts. I was recently told when I got my car inspected that although I passed, I probably should not drive in winter weather because of the state of my tires. There are many, many cases we could go through. Those voters still deserve to be able to cast their ballot and to not have the additional burden of only being able to go on election day when they're not able to get there safely or they're not able to travel there because of transportation issues. It's also important to note, as the previous person testified, that this is a nonpartisan absentee voting, does not benefit one party or another. And I'll encourage you all to remember as you work through any absentee voting bills that in New Hampshire, the local election officials are still at the heart of this process. They're the ones who send out and process the ballots, and voters do need to sign their envelopes attesting to their identity, domicile, age, and citizenship. So there are, in absentee voting, really important levels of security and local control in the process, and this bill would only expand that access to voters to be able to participate. So thank you, and I am happy to take any questions.
Do we have any questions? With that?
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Wood, would you, the blue sheet? If there's no more people to want to speak, we can, in a minute, close this hearing. And we have three people signed to support it. With that, and close the hearing on 586 and start exec session in a half hour. Take a break.
Thank you for sponsoring this bill. It seems pretty common sense to me, but you know. Yep. Yep. And I'm thinking a lot of stuff people say. There's nothing fair associated. That's okay.
But it's very long. Or, I'm concerned about, Outside with 102. Used to be League of Women Voters
Oops.
All right. Let's get rolling. Thank you, Representative Bohm, for helping me stall for time. All right, so we're gonna do two out of order to give Representative Ankerberg a chance to get back here from his sub-duty across the hall. So let's open the executive session on 387. And this executive session will be recessed to 10 a.m. Tuesday, March 14th. And I can't speak any slower. All right, we're going to jump to House Bill 447. Representative Lane is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we retain this particular bill to give us time to, oh. Do you want me to speak
You got a
to it?
motion and a second?
Need a second.
Yeah, we need a second. Okay. It's GRIL. In case you needed help. Representative Lane, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you. We would like to have some time to work on an amendment, and we are working with OLS, and there's a small group of us working together on the amendment.
Okay, and hopefully they kick it because next Tuesday is literally our last day. Further discussion on the bill? Okay, the motion is retain House Bill 447. The clerk will call the roll, please.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg, Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Yes.
Representative Dunn,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Pamonti.
Yes.
Did I get that right?
Piemonte, correct.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yeah.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamlet,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead,
Yes.
Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Palmer,
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
That is 19 yeas and 1 not voting.
And House Bill 447 is retained. Another chapter in what I did with my summer. So your hesitation was funny. I actually did vote against my own motion once. Something devastating came up in the executive session on the bill. And holy cow, they're right. Yeah, no. We will take a 10-minute recess while I go stare angrily at the other committee. No time. Now we'll do them in order. We'll open the executive session on House Bill 179. Representative Bohm's recognized for a motion.
I'll make a motion to ITL.
I second that.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I was used to it over there. But anyway, I think, yeah, this has been hassled out before. So I think that currently, let's sort of leave it like it is. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, the way I understood this was, wearing paraphernalia is allowed now. I wouldn't even be comfortable with that, but I think this bill adds that poll workers can also wear political advertising, so that's why I think we don't want to pass it.
Further discussion on the bill? Okay. The motion is ITL on House Bill 179. Roll call, please.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy. Representative Dunn.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Piemonte.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Ward.
Yes.
Representative Hamer.
Yes.
Representative Hamblett.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead.
Yes.
Representative Bay.
Yes.
Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Palmer.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
That is 20 yeas, sorry. And no nays.
Somebody want to move consent? Any objections? Okay, consent it goes. And Representative Kennedy, that was pretty succinct. Do you want to take a swing at the report? Thank you. Ralph's already got a couple, so. Yeah, and,
Oh,
what, because
Kennedy.
I'm gonna forget by the time we're
oh,
done.
okay, good. Kennedy, right.
Yeah.
I might misspell some names. And we don't, okay,
And
no.
none of the rest, oh, and check off consent. That line is complete.
Okay.
All right, and the motion's adopted. 209 will be next. We good to go. Open the executive session on House Bill 209. Representative Kennedy is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that House Bill 209 be ITL'd.
Somebody want a second?
I'll second the motion.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I think my colleague has some more specific objections to this bill, but, for myself, this is just another step down the path where we effectively end in-person voting somewhere down the line. And I am not in favor of that.
Further discussion on the bill.
Mr. Chairman?
Representative Quayle.
Yes, as our colleague mentioned, my concerns are a bit more specific. As I see this bill, it's attempting to modify the absentee ballot application. It's implementing qualifications for absentee voting that are defined elsewhere in the statutes. And these
I believe that an application implementing a set of qualifications in the statute should be consistent with those qualifications as defined. This bill, as introduced, makes the application less consistent with the defined qualifications rather than more consistent. Specifically, the qualifications currently defined in RSA 657:1 include a provision for qualifying for absentee voting if there is a National Weather Service winter storm or blizzard or ice storm warning for the day of the election. The application form as specified, as proposed in this bill, does not include that qualification. So it is explicitly inconsistent with the qualifications listed in the statutes. I think that's not a good thing because it could lead to confusion on the part of voters. A second inconsistency is that it changes the term qualification physical disability as mentioned in 657:1 to simply disability, which is a more general qualification than what is specified in the other statute. I think that's also unwise to introduce such inconsistencies. And if there is a belief that the qualifications to vote absentee should be changed, those changes should be made in the statutes which define them to begin with. Thank you.
Further discussion on the bill?
Hi.
In my blind spot, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
I had an amendment for this bill.
But we're not on amendments, we're on the motion of
Okay.
ITL.
So we can't amend it, or we're just going to ITL it?
We can't discuss an amendment. Representative Lake?
I guess, can we discuss, is there a discussion among us during the, before we
There's-
vote?
There's no amendment before the
No, I
committee.
understand that. I guess I have a question for Representative Quayle.
Oh, yeah, there's further discussion on the
Okay.
bill.
So if you knew that there was an amendment that would address these issues, would that assist, would that improve the bill in your opinion?
That's possible, but I haven't,
Hang on, the members do not cross-question each other.
Right.
Okay.
And again,
Oh.
also, there is no amendment before us right now.
Okay.
Further discussion on the bill? Yes, it's parliamentary gymnastics. Let me try to help a little. If you want to discuss an issue in the underlying bill that could be fixed without saying the A word, since there is no amendment before the committee, and you can't amend on an ITL, if you can work that without me wearing out my hammer, you might get away with it. But you cannot say amendment or discuss anything in the amendment that does not yet exist. Yeah, that's fine. Representative Brennan, you want to take a swing at it?
My colleague across the way mentioned that the bill as written does not, or that the bill as written simplifies the disability qualification for requesting an absentee ballot and makes it so that it simply says disability instead of physical disability. But I'm not seeing that physical disability is in the statute. And I'm wondering if someone can point out where a physical disability is the only disability qualification for requesting an absentee ballot.
Representative Quayle, do you have that information?
I believe I do. Give me a moment to find it in the relevant statute.
Sure thing.
Let's see. It's 657:1, section Roman numeral I. Hang on a second. Who is unable to vote there in person by reason of physical disability. And as an aside, that's also the language used in our state constitution. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the discussion.
Thank you. May,
Representative Brennan?
so because we're discussing a form, I'm looking at 657:4, which says application forms, and the application form as it currently stands simply says disability and not physical disability. So I would just like to point out that the bill currently as written does not make a change to the form as it currently stands in regards to disability.
Well done. And thank you, because the next time somebody says it's impossible, I can't do it, I'm just going to have them call you. And further discussion on the bill.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Quayle?
I'm aware of other existing inconsistencies with the form defined in 657-4 that I believe should also be made consistent with the statutes that define the qualifications. And that's all I have to say on that. I think the form should be made consistent with the statute that defines the qualifications for absentee voting. That includes all inconsistencies, including those which currently exist. Thank you.
It would be awesome if members of the committee over the summer, before the fall, went through that, because I hate that, and figure out where the inconsistencies are and make a match. That would be a really good, useful, can be proud of project for the committee to file in the fall. Representative Brennan?
Would my colleague like to point out the inconsistencies that he sees as the bill currently stands in relation to the statute regarding the form, so that perhaps we may be able to address those inconsistencies?
You want to?
I would like to make a further comment on this subject, which is that, no, I don't see it would be a useful, productive use of our time at this point. The inconsistencies are there to be clearly seen, in my opinion, by anyone who compares the two statutes. I would like to point out that starting about 2 years ago, there was a bill by former Representative Berger, and I believe it was HB 44, in which we did that. Representative Muirhead, I think, would remember participating in that. So I think HB 44, if you want to pursue it, would be a good place to start. That was a bill that cleared the committee 20-0 when we were done. And I recall that it passed in a House session, but then went astray in the other chamber of the legislature. And thank you again.
If there was one, yeah. Further discussion on the bill? All right.
I have a parliamentary question. So
Sure.
if we ITL this bill, does that mean, can we bring a new one next session that addresses the inconsistencies? Or does it mean we are off the table, so to speak, until the next session? Not next year, but next session.
As long as the bill is substantively different, and I can explain that to the speaker, it should be okay.
Okay.
As far as I'm willing to go with my answer. So it's that substantively word. There is no definition written down. And the intent of the rule is to keep sore losers from just filing the same thing over and over and over again. I don't believe that's the case here.
Is it in a
Sure.
Is it could we have 5 minutes to caucus?
Sure thing. Why not?
Thank you.
We are in recess till, do you mean 5? Do you mean 5 minutes? Okay. So we're in recess till 3:40. All right, and we're out of recess and still executing House Bill 209. Was there any further discussion? Okay. Clerk, call the roll, please. The motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 209.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Inkerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Yes.
Representative Dunn,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Pamonte,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamblett,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead,
Yeah.
Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Palmer,
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
That is 20-0 on ITL.
Any objections to consent? All right, consent it shall be. Is Kennedy. Yep. Yeah, he's got two. Ready? All right, now we'll open the executive session on House Bill 336. Representative Bohm is recognized for a motion. Somebody want to second it?
Second.
Boom, Kennedy. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes. This bill is like the looking for, the current language on the law says, on the ballot, is voted on more than, this bill would make it more confusing, and those who want it, there's only a single person, and the language is just make it more confusing. Those are not more than, I think, pretty much covers it. And people can vote for less than that, but they can't vote for more than that. In a lot of cases, people vote for less if there's a large number, because they want to vote, you know, some people. So even in, like in my district, there are only 2 people. I mean, there are under votes. Somebody didn't like to vote for me, so they voted more for the other person, or vice versa. So vote for not more than, I think, pretty much clears it up.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that this bill it solves an issue that many of us, including myself, have experienced in serving in a multi-member district. I had gone through a recount this past cycle, and I had seen a number of ballots where there were a number of undervotes. I think that the language that currently exists can be confusing to individuals because they are afraid that their vote will not be counted if they vote for too many candidates. This changes the language so that it encourages them to vote for additional candidates up until the maximum, rather than encouraging them to be more conservative with their vote. I encourage you all to support this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion on the bill? Representative Hamblett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I passed out an amendment that I was hoping to introduce for this bill, the A word, because there is some confusion among some voters about how many candidates are they actually allowed to vote for. And this bill helps to clarify that for voters, and the amendment would have clarified it even further. Thank you.
Further discussion on the bill? Representative Brennan.
Thank you. The bill as written clarifies and changes the language so that on the ballot there is more positive language. There is something to be said for the way that the ballot is currently written, using the language not more than. There is a negative connotation there, and that contributes to the confusion with voters. This bill as written contains a lot of words, but perhaps there might be a simplified version for this committee to consider. And I would encourage my colleagues to possibly consider a second motion instead of the one currently before us.
Further discussion? Okay, so the motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 336.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien?
Yes.
Representative Bohm? Yes. Representative Quayle?
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg?
No.
Representative Burnham?
Yes.
Representative Kennedy?
Yes.
Representative Dunn?
Yes.
Representative Wood?
Yes.
Representative Pamonte?
Yes.
Representative Lane?
No.
Representative Ward?
No.
Representative Hamer?
No.
Representative Hamlet?
No.
Representative Muirhead?
No.
Representative Bay?
No.
Representative Brennan?
No.
Representative Grill? No. Representative Howard?
No.
Representative Palmer?
No.
Representative Smith?
Yes.
That makes 9 yeas to 11 nays on ITL.
And the motion fails.
Um, Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move to pass on the amendment to House Bill 336.
We're gonna need we adopt, don't,
I
pass
would like to.
amendments, and we need a positive motion first.
Okay, could I please change my motion?
Sure.
I move to pass on House Bill 336.
Is there a second? Brennan. And now would you like to offer an amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would like to move to pass on the amendment to House Bill 336, which is Amendment 2023-0736H.
Representative Hamlet moves Amendment 0736H. Is there a second? I think Muirhead got it. Thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the amendment makes the language even more clear to instruct voters as to how to vote when there are, one or more offices to vote for on the ballot. So in line 7, it changes the word from the original bill. It changes the word from each such to appropriate. So below, the appropriate phrase shall be printed in small but easily legible letters. And then it gives two clear choices. Number 1 is to vote for one if there's only one office to be filled, such as the governor or state senator, or vote for up to X number, where you would insert the number of offices to be filled. X will be elected, so insert the number of offices to be filled. So it instructs the voter that they are allowed to vote for the number of offices that are allowed to be filled on the ballot for that position.
Further discussion on the
Yeah.
amendment.
Chan-
Isn't this nice to turn around? We can't talk about the bill, just the amendment. So it's kind of like the opposite of before. Representative,
Yeah, thank you. To me, this gives wrong information. Because it says vote for up to X, meaning I have to vote for up to X. Which is the current language, says not more than, which makes I don't have to vote up to X. So this says, according to this, the instructions, vote for up to X. In other words, up to 10, up to 5, or whatever the number is that are running. I might not want to, and this is giving me wrong information with the vote for up to X. Thank you.
further discussion on the bill. Representative Ankerberg.
My response to that would be that it's also telling you how many seats or candidates are being elected that you're voting for. So in my view, I see it exactly the opposite. It's actually providing information to me.
Further discussion on the amendment. Sure, Representative Brennan.
Thank you. This amendment.
Now remember, don't talk about the bill.
I will not. This amendment offers clarity to voters. It makes it exceedingly clear how many seats there are, how many individuals will be elected to those seats. It makes it easier and more clear for the voter, which I think all of my colleagues would like to see when it comes to the ballot. We want people to understand how to fill out their ballot. This makes it easier. I encourage my colleagues to vote OTPA on this amendment, please, and thank you.
Representative Burnham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yeah, I agree that this amendment has a lot more clarity. I have found, working at elections for the last 10 or so years, many voters are confused when they see the word not. I get confused when I see not because it's telling me not to do something. But that's not what it's meant to do, but it's confusing. And you still have a choice to not vote for that many people. So I think that this taking the not out doesn't confuse the individual, and just provides a clear statement. This many is available to vote, and choose how you vote. Thank you.
Representative Muirhead.
I'd just like to briefly address the argument made by my colleague with the excellent tie that this might cause people not to bullet vote. And I think if it said, let's say in a 4-seat district, if it said vote for 4 candidates, then that might cause it. But when it says vote for up to 4, I think that does tell the voter that they don't have to do all 4. They could just vote for one, Representative Burnham, if that's the person I know and want to bullet for. So I think I think it preserves that option for voters.
Further discussion? Representative Hammer.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that vote for up to, it sounds more inviting than vote for not more than. So I agree.
Further discussion on the bill. Representative Bay.
I used to teach survey classes, and one of the things that we teach is to not ask the question with negative, which is not. So this is consistent with that.
All right. Further discussion? Before we get too carried away, I can count. So, Representative Wood.
It's interesting that we keep the negative for the vote for not more than one. We keep that negative and the other one seems to be more positive. So I don't know.
Mr. Chair.
We haven't voted on the amendment yet, right? Okay, further discussion on the amendment. Representative,
Yeah, I thought, the amended language does make it clearer than the original language. So I'm just, so that, I think clarifies it. Vote for up to the number. And vote for not more than. I don't think it makes that much difference.
Representative Brennan?
I'll keep it brief. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to address my colleague Representative Wood's comment about vote for not more than one in the case of, say, governor, that language helps a voter understand when you have one candidate for the Democratic side, one candidate for the Republican side. You're not creating a situation where that person would choose more than one on that line. Whereas in a state representative race where someone may choose to vote for some Democrats, some Republicans, some third party, the language is clear for vote for up to. But it's important for the single seat of a governor's race to have the negative language of vote for not more than, so that the voter gets the signal that they cannot vote for more than one, or they risk their vote not being counted. So that would be the argument for maintaining the language that's in this amendment as it is. Thank you.
All right. Okay, go ahead, and I think it's time we got to the vote.
Thank you. I think that for consistency throughout the entire ballot, I'm going to vote against the amendment. And I am going, that's my plan. Because if you are saying one thing for a race with one person in it that you can vote for, you're saying that you'd be phrasing it the exact same way in every other race, and I think that's best, personally.
All right. Let's take a flyer and see how this turns out. So the motion is whether to adopt Amendment 0736H.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien?
No.
Representative Bohm? No. Representative Quayle?
No.
Representative Ankerberg?
Yes.
Representative Burnham?
Yes.
Representative Kennedy? No. Representative Dunn?
No.
Representative Wood?
No.
Representative Monty?
No.
Representative Lane?
Yes.
Representative Ward?
Yeah.
Representative Hamer?
Yes.
Representative Hamblett?
Yes.
Representative Muirhead? Representative Bay?
Yes.
Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard?
Yes.
Representative Palmer?
Yes.
Representative Smith?
Yes.
That is 13 yeas and 7 nays.
And the amendment's adopted. The question now is on ought to pass as amended on House Bill 366. Does this replace the? Okie dokie. I just wanted to make sure I was right. So the amendment replaces section 1, not Roman numeral 1, regular number 1, which we didn't do that, but we do. The only thing remaining of the original bill is section 2, regular number 2, which was the effective date. So what you're looking at is this. It's the whole bill, the amendment, with an effective date of 60 days after passage. So, discussion on the bill as amended. Okay. Oh, somebody, hi. Boy,
Hi.
those corner seats are a problem.
I know it.
Representative Hamblett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So do we need an amendment of ought to pass? I mean, a motion of ought to pass?
Nope, you already did it.
Okay. So I would just like to say that House Bill 336 as amended makes it much more clear to the voters about how many candidates to vote for. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. Then the motion is ought to pass on House Bill 336 with Amendment 0736H.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Bohm. Yes. Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy,
No.
Representative Dunn,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Pamonte,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamblett,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead, Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Palmer,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Why not? Yes.
that is 19 yeas and 1 nay.
Thank you, Representative Kennedy.
And I finished the blurb, which I don't use.
Who would be the report?
So Representative Hamblett made the motion, so you will do the report, please.
Yeah.
And in the report, it is important to explain what the amendment does.
Okay.
'Cause remember, on the House floor, that's actually the first vote. So folks need to be able to look at a report and know what they're voting on.
Okay.
Amendment number for this?
Yep.
The amendment.
Honestly, you only need the last
Okay.
4 plus the H.
Do I need to do anything for minority?
So like
No.
this would be if there was a minority report, but there
But there
isn't.
isn't, no,
so-
okay.
Okay, that was weird, right?
Always thought there should be a math option.
Did I close that? I can't remember if I closed it. Well, I hit it again, so that closes 336. And now we will open the executive session on House Bill 363. Representative Kennedy, you're recognized for motion. Better luck this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion for House Bill 363 ought to pass.
Anybody going to back him up? We need a second. Mueller? Alrighty, would you like to speak to your motion?
Briefly, this bill doesn't seem to change things a whole lot. I think it cleans up some potential problems between people who are running in a primary and people who are not.
Fair enough. Anybody else? Okay. The motion is ought to pass on House Bill 363. Please call the roll.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Bohm. Yes. Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Yes.
Representative Dunn,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Piemonte,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Ward,
No.
Representative Hamer,
No.
Representative Hamblett,
No.
Representative Muirhead, Representative Bay,
No.
Representative Brennan,
No.
Representative Grill, no. Representative Howard,
No.
Representative Palmer,
No.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
10 to 10.
And the motion fails. Representative Lane.
I'd like to make a motion for ITL.
Representative Lane moves and expedient to legislate. Is there a second? Representative Bay seconds. And do you want to speak to your motion?
No.
Mark of experience there. No, but, oh dear. Representative Brennan.
Oh, thank you. My colleague who is missing today, Representative Berry, often points out that two classifications of voters, and this bill creates two classifications for candidates. And for that reason, I would encourage my colleagues to support the ITL motion so that candidates are treated equally, much like our friend who is not here today, would like voters to be treated equally. And so please support the ITL motion so that candidates are treated equally. Thank you.
Further discussion? Okay. So the motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 363.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
No.
Representative Bohm. No. Representative Quayle,
No.
Representative Ankerberg,
No.
Representative Burnham,
No.
Representative Kennedy,
No.
Representative Dunn,
No.
Representative Wood,
No.
Representative Piemonte,
No.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamblett,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead, Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Palmer,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
No.
another 10 to 10.
And that motion fails. So that means that this will go to the House calendar with no recommendation, and I will need reports from, Representative Lane and Representative Kennedy.
No recommendation.
All right, we'll open the executive session on House Bill 460. Representative Perdomo Bryan's recognized for motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ought to pass.
Second?
Okay,
Would you like to speak to your motion?
yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we need an accurate assessment of all people who vote. That all people who vote should be qualified voters. And all people who vote should bring ID and have ID. It's not too much to ask. I don't think it's too cumbersome, and I don't think it would lead to voter suppression. So for that reason, I support this bill.
Further discussion on the bill? Representative Brennan.
Thank you. As we remember from the public hearing, there was a lot of discussion about this bill. One thing that I'd like to point out to my colleagues who are considering supporting the ought to pass motion is that this bill, while it seeks to remove affidavits from the voter registration process, in this bill, there are places where it mentions that affidavits are acceptable for proving certain things. So while this bill seeks to remove affidavits from the registration process, you are still able to use an affidavit. So if the issue is with affidavits in the registration process, why would it still be acceptable to use affidavits to prove other portions that are included in this bill? I hope that's making sense. It's been a long day. So what I'm trying to say is affidavits are not a problem. We use them all the time for all sorts of different things, including in this bill that is trying to declare that affidavits are a problem. I would encourage my colleagues not to support the ought to pass motion so that another motion may be made. Thank you.
Further discussion on the bill? Okay. So the motion is ought to pass on House Bill 460. Roll time.
Representative Perdomo Bryan,
Yes.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Inkerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy, Representative Dunn,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Pamonti,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Ward,
No.
Representative Hamer,
No.
Representative Hamlet,
No.
Representative Muirhead, Representative Bay,
No.
Representative Brennan,
No.
Representative Grill, no. Representative Howard,
No.
Representative Palmer,
No.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
10 to 10.
And the motion fails. Representative Howard.
I'll motion to ITL.
Representative Howard moves ITL. Is there a second? Do we want to discuss further? Representative Brennan?
I recognize that my colleagues, half of my colleagues have supported the ought to pass motion, but I would encourage you to consider changing your mind and voting ITL on this. We heard during testimony that there is no widespread voter fraud. There is no falsifying of documents. There are no issues that have not been handled appropriately by the AG's office. There was no testimony to say that the AG's office is overwhelmed with following up on affidavits for voter registration or voting purposes. There is with this bill a chilling effect that would affect voters who are seeking to vote, which is what I believe we all would like to see, an increase in voter participation. And we do not want to have someone discouraged from voting because of some new legislation that would turn them away. I'd also like to point out that this bill does not recognize the rights of people who are currently houseless or homeless. Those citizens do have a right to vote, and they may not have the documentation, but they would still be allowed to vote under our current system with the affidavit. This bill removes that option from a segment of our population during a time where we are experiencing a housing crisis. Those folks, those homeless individuals, deserve the opportunity to vote, and this bill takes that away from them, and it is a fundamental right that is being stripped from them with this bill. Please consider that, especially during this time of a housing crisis. Too many people currently without a home, but still deserve the right to vote.
Representative Kennedy.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that the idea that there are no problems with our elections is an opinion. It's not a fact.
Let's not get into a back and forth. The most fair statement to say is there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud. The one side believes there is not any, and the other side believes that if you don't look for it properly, you don't find it. And neither side will convince each other that they have the correct answer. And there's no evidence to support either side. So let's not do that. All right. Further discussion? Let's get to it then.
I do have some further discussion.
Representative Perdomo Bryan.
Thank you. I just want to mention that I will be voting no on the ITL, but that does not mean I'm not concerned about homeless people voting, because they can use the shelter addresses, and that is something that has been addressed in law. And what does have a chilling effect, and what I hear from my constituents, is when an affidavit vote, or a vote that someone fills out an affidavit that's abandoned and it's a dead end and you can't find the person, that has a chilling effect on voter confidence. And that's why I'll be voting ITL, but it's not out of lack of concern for the same people that Representative Brennan discussed.
Further discussion? All right. Let's call the roll. The motion is an expedient to legislate on House Bill 460.
Representative Perdomo O'Brien,
No.
Representative Bohm,
No.
Representative Quayle,
No.
Representative Ankerberg,
Nope.
Representative Burnham,
No.
Representative Kennedy,
No.
Representative Dunn,
No.
Representative Wood,
No.
Representative Pamonti,
No.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamblett,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead,
Yes.
Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Palmer,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
No.
10 to 10.
And the motion fails. So this will be no recommendation. Need reports from Representative Howard and Representative Prudhomme O'Brien. So, and before I gavel the executive session, I just want to point out something maybe not all of you know. When I chaired transportation, we created a program so that unhoused people could get IDs and licenses even with the address on it of an accredited shelter. So if you get people coming to you because they need help getting an ID and they're unhoused, it's a good opportunity to hook them up with support people that can maybe help them with other services. There's also a lot of other things that you can do to help them. I was a legislature's representative for 4 years on the governor's Interagency Council on Homelessness. I was appointed by both Hassan and then Sununu. So there's a lot available, and their biggest challenge is that people don't send them to these agencies. So maybe try to do that. And they can absolutely get a license if they can drive, or an ID, and that's important to get a job, and that's important to get housing, and, you know, it just kind of cascades from there. And that's my sermon for the day, and that closes the executive session on House Bill 460. Good to go. Yes. We'll open the executive session on House Bill 484. Representative Quayle is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the committee find HB 484 inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
I second that.
Quayle moves ICL, and the committee member with the most letters in her name is the... All right. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We heard testimony during the public hearing that the number of absentee ballots which have been employed, the most recent general election was considerably reduced from the height in 2020, which suggests to me that the workload involved in processing absentee ballots was also reduced, and barring hopefully another pandemic type situation, we can expect that to continue in the future. So I see little benefit in opening the ballots, the outer envelopes of the absentee ballots earlier than is currently the practice on election day. I do, however, see an increased risk of ballots being mishandled, absentee ballots being mishandled if the outer envelopes are opened sooner. The more we handle the ballots, the more likelihood there is of mishandling and the subsequent confusion and chaos and drama. Thank you.
Further discussion on the bill? Okay. So the motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 484.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Bohm, Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Yes.
Representative Dunn,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Pamonti,
Hey, yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamblett,
Yes.
Representative Weirhead, Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Palmer,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
20 to 0.
Any objections to consent? Okay. Closes that one.
That was easy.
So Representative Quayle, on your report, no, you just got a 20 zip vote. I have nothing for you. Just write down what you said. All right. Let's open the executive session on House Bill 495. Representative Perdoma Bryan's recognized for motion.
I move ITL.
I second the motion.
Billy? Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would like to speak to this. I think that in general, New Hampshire voters are very conscientious and careful and fill in their ballots very well. There are also instructions on filling in your ballot at the polling place. This bill seeks to complicate things in a way that I don't feel is necessary. Some of the marks that that are suggested could that the bill the author says would be interpreted as a no vote or a yes vote rather could be a no vote actually in my opinion, such as a voting target being filled in all the way and then X's on it. Those are cases where the voter really ought to get a new ballot, and that kind of education should be increased to solve this issue if it's truly a problem, but not this bill as it's written. I don't feel that's the best way to solve a problem that's, I find to be quite small as well.
Further discussion. Representative Kennedy.
Yeah, I think this bill, Representative McGuire was, he's only talking about recounts, and I think he's only talking about ballots that are challenged. And I think all he was trying to do was take some of the variability out of the individual judgments of the people looking at the ballot and narrow that down a little bit by giving guidelines. These are not rules or, not hard and fast. So maybe it's not that valuable, but I didn't think it was worthless.
Further discussion. Representative Hamblett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so I agree this bill is not really needed. At the hearing, this Deputy Secretary of State testified that the Secretary of State already has the authority to give guidance, that we don't really need a law. As far as how to interpret the markings on the ballots. So thank you.
All right. Anybody else? Okay, the motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 495. Caller.
Representative Perdoma Bryan,
Yes.
Representative Bohm, Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Yes.
Representative Dunn,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Pamonte,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamblett,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead, Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Palmer,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
20-0. And I made clear marks, no suns, no stars or smiley faces for the record.
Anybody object to consent? Okay. We'll open the executive session on House Bill 590. Representative Bohm is recognized for a motion.
I'll recommend OTP off the pass.
Anybody got his back?
I'll second that.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
Well, we know there's a lot of dirty tricks going on,
Wait.
dirty trick going on with signs. We've seen them in the last election, seen them in a lot of past elections. This, however, may be a problem with the courts, First Amendment, so I don't know. But we've seen, like KKK, Caroline, the candidate is against this when actually they're for it, and all that, including a state senate race some years ago where the sign was up for so-and-so was for higher taxes, and when it actually wasn't, and the sign's been left up for months. So that's why I put in the bill, because of all the, trying to keep things fair. But anyway, thank you.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Representative Bohm alluded to what my concern with this bill, and that's the First Amendment concerns. I think that it could be a case where the signs could be used in a satirical manner. And in that instance, and if they're trying to provide information in a satirical format, they should not be punished for doing so.
Representative Perdomo Brown.
Thank you. I also have First Amendment concerns, but what changes it for me with this bill is where it says it appears to be the candidate's advertising that may be removed by the candidate. So it's not just someone's opinion, it's a hidden opinion. It's an opinion that is meant to confuse voters. I don't like that. That doesn't fit for me. So I'm going to be supporting this bill for that reason.
Representative Grill.
Yeah, to speak to the appearing to be the candidates advertising, we currently have parody in the political world of all forms. People dress up as their favorite or their least favorite candidate and make fun of them on late night TV. People write satirical letters to the editor. There's many examples I could name. I do agree with my colleagues who introduced and support this bill. I don't think it's a good practice. I don't think it's, good campaigning kind behavior. Certainly not, how I chose to run my campaign. But unfortunately, fortunately, we live in a country where the First Amendment does give us a lot of latitude when it comes to the type of speech we put out there. And I think while it's not good practice and, we should, try and move away from those kinds of behaviors, I think it's more important to avoid, restrictions on freedom of speech.
Further discussion. Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's a common sense to this bill, but I'm concerned about the difficulty here of legislating common sense in this qualification that you can remove advertising with your name on it if it appears to be your advertising. Raises the question, who gets to judge whether it appears to be your advertising? So if there's a sign out saying Muirhead hates kittens, and I go and I pull all those signs, it could be argued, well, that's obviously not your advertising. It doesn't even appear to be your advertising because you would never put up signs that said that. So there's I think just a hard to write the rule that becomes a law problem here.
Representative Quilly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I sympathize deeply with the aggravation and frustration that can be caused by the type of advertising we're discussing here. However, I believe that in a time when it seems people are frequently, quote, canceled, unquote, from full participation in civil society, that we, just because of speech that some found offensive, that we need to draw a bright line here of no compromise with our free speech rights that are guaranteed by the First Amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion? All right, hang on. I love it when we write rules for things that all of us do that are illegal, but so this bill only applies to political advertising on public property, like when we all pepper the sides of state highways, oh snap, without getting the abutting property owner's permission, as we're required to. And then we have the nerve to complain when somebody takes those signs that were placed illegally. And we've even written in protections that other people can't take the signs, only the municipality and DOT. Sorry, pontificating, it annoys me. Okay, so the way this is written, the idea is it's fake advertising. Any political advertising on public property bearing the candidate's name and that appears to be the candidate's advertising. So however you feel about kittens, you wouldn't admit it publicly, so that wouldn't be your advertising. A good example, I don't know why we're worried about signs so much, because the best example was 3 or 4 presidential cycles ago when Republicans put out ads that looks like they were coming from Democratic candidates to skew the output of the primary, and then they said, that was a good idea, and I think did it with a lot of other offices and the last one, but Democrats did it to Republicans. We're all guilty. Never anybody get up on a pedestal. This seems pretty clear, though. I don't know, it's probably a Lawyer Reform Act, but I think I understand what he's trying to do, and I've seen examples of it. If you're a Republican, Representative Stephen Smith voted for an income tax. We've seen door hangers that do that. Now, that's not public property, so it wouldn't matter. I don't know what we've done to the other side, but I'm sure somebody did something. I don't know. I like the idea of trying to stop it, so it doesn't seem ambiguous to me. Further discussion? Representative Brennan.
Thank you. The part for me that appears ambiguous is actually the word appears. That appears to be the candidate's advertising. Who decides what appears to be the candidate's advertising, and how do you determine if the candidate is accurately interpreting the sign to be in their own likeness, in their own advertising likeness? It is a little bit ambiguous, and you may run into a situation where a candidate is simply just does not like a sign that has their name on it and removes it, even if that sign does not look like their own personal advertising. So that ambiguity is problematic. While I understand the intention behind this bill, the language here, I think, is enough of a problem. And the First Amendment free speech part of it is a little bit of a problem too. So I would urge my colleagues to vote against the ought to pass motion. Thank you.
Representative Ankerberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So here we're talking about political advertising, which is very clear about how that will be conveyed to the public. And there is a paid for byline at the very bottom of the sign. I mean, you can put it anywhere you want, but it has to be on there. So if you really have a doubt, we're talking about public property. You could walk up to it, see who it's paid for by, and go that route. I don't see why we would carve out an exception. This would be the only case that I'm aware of where you could go and legally take political advertising. I just don't think it's appropriate.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you'd all entertain me in this scenario, let's say hypothetically I decided to run for state senate in a few years, and an opponent of mine decides to put out a sign before I've created any campaign literature that says, Representative Howard, let's use the income tax for example, voted against an income tax. If I decided to emulate that political advertising, would then I be given the right to remove their false advertising if I did not vote against an income tax?
The specifics of your question would be, why would you think it was your political advertising if it referred to you in the third person?
I was throwing a hypothetical out there as to,
Unless you're Bob Dole, right?
Yes.
Then it's okay. Further discussion? Okay. Well, I don't know what you're going to do. If you pass this, though, just think how busy the court's going to be, and I want to watch that. So the motion is ought to pass on House Bill 590. Call it.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
No.
Representative Ankerberg,
No.
Representative Burnham,
No.
Representative Kennedy, Representative Dunn,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
No.
Representative Pamonti,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Ward,
No.
Representative Hamer,
No.
Representative Hamblett,
No.
Representative Muirhead, Representative Bay,
No.
Representative Brennan,
No.
Representative Grill, no. Representative Howard,
No.
Representative Palmer,
No.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
That is 5 yeas and 15 nays.
And the motion fails. Looking forward to the political ad. I'm Representative Stephen Smith, and I'm protecting you from the First Amendment. So, somebody's got to do it. Representative Lane?
I would like to remind Representative Muirhead.
I'm sorry, what?
I would like to remind Representative Muirhead, because I don't want to write another report.
Representative Muirhead, what a
May I make a
surprise.
motion, please, to ITL?
Representative Muirhead moves ICL. You could at least second it for him then. There you go. You want to talk about it?
I really appreciate the debate to this point. No need to add to it. Thank you.
Like your style. All right. The motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 590. No, I was letting her finish filling out the form by speaking really slowly.
Appreciate
Okay.
that.
ICL on 590. Go.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
No.
Representative Bohm,
No.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy, Representative Dunn,
No.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Pamonti,
No.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamblett,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead, Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Palmer,
Yes.
Representative Smith.
No.
That is 15 to 5 on ITL.
And the motion's adopted. So I voted with you rebels, but we're not doing a minority report, are we? No, no. Good, thank you.
No brave soul wants to challenge the.
All right. Well, we will meet next Tuesday to finish our House bills. All our public hearings are done. That's just execing. We're gonna do it at 10. You guys have been moving pretty efficiently, so I don't see why we can't get done by lunchtime. And that'll be it until we get some Senate bills. Thank you all. See you next week. Oh, and those reports, I'm gonna make a mistake and say that I need them by 11 tomorrow instead of today, since we're here this late.